Good evening, Yasmin.
Good morning. How are you, Tim?
Good.
Okay. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Ellen.
Hey, make sure I've got the current draft up.
Hey, Barbara, did you hear those explosions the other night? You're on mute. You're on mute.
Explosion?
Yeah,
We did hear something, but what were they?
I don't know. It was really bad, and it happened on Thursday, and I think on Friday nights, right about the same time.
And it was too early to be fireworks.
Those were not fireworks. Those were pyrotechnics of a major sort. I even called the sheriff.
Oh.
It was too weird. I mean, we know what we hear on a hillside, and we know the difference between gunfire, which is frequent, fireworks, which is infrequent, and some kind of massive explosion, which is not frequent.
Oh.
But you've gotten no information about what it was?
No, they never called back.
Right.
I haven't had a chance to go up in the woods and nose around. I didn't really want to go up there under the
So
circumstances.
we had a secret Santa last week who left well, first, I guess this was a week and a half ago, and I may have mentioned they left this toxic waste stuff on by the side of our ditch.
What?
So we called the cops, and the waste management people picked it up. But then we also found a plastic bag full of porn in the ditch.
Porn or corn?
Porn, P-O-R-N.
Okay.
Oh, did you sell it?
Traded in?
We should have, I guess.
Weird.
Well, sounds like you've had an exciting week.
So interesting things happening here in the suburbs of West Slaterville.
That's right. That's right. Barb Newth, did you hear the explosions the other night?
I did.
Yeah.
I heard it was from Celebrations. Is that true?
No, it can't have been.
I sort of assumed Celebrations, but it didn't.
I don't think so. It was too massive, and it was 2 nights in a row. I don't think so, but I haven't found out yet.
Well, the two theories I heard were Celebrations and the airports scaring off birds. But when it occurred, it would not be when birds were like flocking to the airport. So.
Yeah, it sounded like it was in the field right behind us.
Huh.
I know a pyrotechnic guy who used to set them off on Thomas Road. I could perhaps send him an inquiry to see.
No, these weren't fireworks. This was something else. This was
Okay.
weird. This was weird.
It was very loud.
Oh, yeah.
And it was more than
almost like
one.
our house.
Yeah.
Oh, it was a whole bunch of them, and it was
Yeah.
extremely loud. Yeah.
Plus automatic gunfire.
There's a guy behind me that explodes cars every so often. I'm not saying it's the same guy, but it could be the same thing.
I love our town.
Exploding a car. Wow.
Yeah, he used to have a garage where he fixed them, and then once a year he would just explode them. And we'd call the troopers and complain, and he'd say, "Yeah, it's not technically against the law." And we've talked to them and said his neighbors don't like it, but
Next time, just call the supervisor.
yeah.
So everybody's here already except for Rebecca, who was here last week, and I haven't heard from her. So maybe we'll just pause in just another minute and see if she comes. And unfortunately, Catherine Seeley wrote to say she's going to have to step aside from the task force because her health just isn't improving.
Oh,
And she can't handle that and doing her job, this and doing the job and dealing with whatever she's dealing with. So she wanted me to express to you all her deep admiration and thanks for all the work that you've been doing. And I told her that I assumed that we shared that admiration.
We do. Thank you.
Bill.
oh, Bill is here. Great.
Yep, Bill just came in.
Yes, Bill is here.
Hi, Bill.
Hi, hi.
So I think we might as well just start. We don't have any appearances of any privilege of the floor type people, so we can just get going. And I think the idea for tonight is to walk through the revisions to the site plan review based on the work that was done by the subcommittee with Mark and Greg last Wednesday. I was still teaching, so I wasn't able to join that meeting. Depending upon how that goes, then the next thing to do, I would think, would be to do a similar walkthrough of the design guidelines. And then we'll be at a point where we can decide how to proceed further. And I suppose some of this will depend. I had heard from Mark, and this is something that I wanted to ask Greg. I don't know if this is the best time in the meeting for it, but at some time tonight, I'd just like to have a little bit of discussion about our understanding from the state, which I haven't heard fully about, and our own attorney, which I did hear about, regarding the propriety of embedding design guidelines in zoning and what that might mean. But we can either do that now or wait until we go even.
Did you meet design guidelines or did you mean
site plan
law?
Site plan law.
Okay.
Which I would assume would be one and the same thing of some sort or another. I mean, they're wedded together one way or the other.
Yeah, I think maybe just further into the conversation, but I did have a chance to chat with some folks from the state regarding just what Caroline is considering right now and sort of where Caroline is. And they gave some general advisement regarding site plan law considerations, design standards, and then zoning as well. And so they didn't give any, kind of as we've been discussing about where's a hard line between what certain things can be included in a certain law and what things cannot be, such as specific standards and what can't be. It is a little bit fuzzy. It doesn't seem there's a hard distinction. Certain law, the site plan review law can't prohibit uses. That's pretty clear. But the state's advice was to certainly continue to work on the site plan law, but also to consider zoning as a larger umbrella to house some of the topics that are being brought up in this group right now as a means to just strengthen these topics and regulations for these topics in the town. And so certainly we can get into that a little bit later and in terms of next steps.
And Mark, since I did hear your summary also of your discussions with our attorney Guy in relationship to this, could you just quickly summarize that for the entire group, if you don't mind?
Sure. I mean, as soon he immediately sort of recommended that for a lot of the things we were considering, that it would be better to have site plan review housed within a zoning law, and it gives you more, gives it more strength, and then it just gives you more strength. So I think Yeah, other than that, I didn't get into the details of you know, exactly, and like Greg said, you know, it, I don't know the details of you know, what I mean, I think what it gives you is just more power to designate what you want to happen, and it's the only thing that gives you the power to designate where something happens. So, do you agree with that, Greg?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Barb. Just to add some clarification for context to the rest of the group as well. That given the idea that zoning ordinance in which a site plan review law is embedded is the stronger route to go, as Mark is describing. Nonetheless, one still needs to have a good site plan review local law. So what the subcommittee with Mark and Greg talked about a little bit was the notion of still pressing forward with recommended revisions to the site plan review local law, and at a time when the town is ready then to then pursue the development of the language for a zoning ordinance in which this local law would then become embedded, but not to wait until all of the zoning ducks are in order. So that's why we're still pursuing this today.
And I mean, it sounds like a really good plan, because regardless, one way or the other, you still have to have the site plan document. And we still have to, it would seem to me, since so much incredible work has been done on this, go hand in hand with the current thinking of design guidelines. And I would think that no matter what happens, what the task force still has to do is present the board with options. And these would certainly be options, and we don't need to discuss this now, but one other option sounds like it might be then embedding this within zoning, but that can be, these could still be presented as separate items on the table. Ellen?
And at our recent subcommittee meeting, we discussed this and process and procedure. And what we were inclined to recommend to the full group is that the statements that would stay in a guidelines document would be, as Mark suggested, when the guidelines were first created, the idea was they're more able to be changed more easily, more flexibly, because they're not a law. And so the thinking is we should put in the guidelines, quote, standards document, things that we think may need to be changed, or as Barbara put it, a little more ephemeral. And that we would put the shall statements, you shall do this, that, and the other, that would stand, we think, you know, permanently, put those into the site plan law. And so the site plan law that we're reviewing tonight, the draft, has put those into the site plan law. And then depending on how we agree and what we come to tonight, then the guidelines and standard document would reflect what isn't in the site plan law, but we would like to see as a standard. Does that capture what we said, Barb?
Yeah, I think that captures it well. Thank you.
Thanks. I mean, I can just mention that as a board member, assuming that this all gets passed on to the board, one of the things that I'm likely to recommend is, in fact, including design within site plan law, because I frankly haven't been able to figure out why they're separate other than the convenience of past boards. And I think our current board, and so they wouldn't have to undergo, let's say, public hearings if they were changed. But as a board member, I think they should undergo public hearings anyway. So I think we should, I agree with you. I think we should proceed as planned. And then within 3 weeks, we should have a better idea of a game plan in terms of how to address the board and where to go for that. So does the subcommittee want to lead us through the site plan law? Or
Yeah, I think that would be a good way
would it be
to
probably more efficient?
yeah, I think that would be a good way to do
Right.
this.
Let me share a screen with you, Barb. Are you going to put it on your?
No, I hadn't planned to share
Okay.
screen.
Shall I share? Shall I put it up and share my
Sure.
screen? I think I have it on my. I already have it on my screen. If I can find it, sorry. Where did it go? This might be it. I hope I'm not putting something up embarrassing. You never know what's going to be on your screen here. Let's see. Can you see? No, this isn't it. Sorry. I thought let me just, maybe you could begin by introducing it while I search around in my background and see if I can find it.
Yeah. Ellen, do you want to introduce it for a minute? I just gotta go let my cat out of the room. Hang on.
Ellen, you're muted.
Ellen, you're muted.
You probably like that. I didn't
Okay,
like
sorry.
doing my carrots. So, Barb, go forward.
Okay, sorry. I couldn't leave the cat trapped in here all night. Okay, so what we're going to do tonight is to go through the site plan review local law, and it was titled, I think, the document was Caroline Site Plan Review Law Revised for Discussion 11/2/20. So that's the document that you should have. And Tim, you're showing us a lot of your email, so I don't know if you want to do
Okay,
that.
that didn't work.
I
And
have it up if you want me to share the
Oh,
screen.
great. That'd be great, Ellen. I thought I had all this figured out, but I just have too many things on my screen. Now
So
you
you
can
have to
see how I live.
enable me.
I just did. I just had.
Okay.
yeah, thank you. I just didn't want to share my screen because I'm hoping to be taking notes, and it gets a little bit more
Yeah,
complicated
absolutely.
if I'm
That's why I thought
taking notes.
I'd solve things, but it didn't work.
Great.
There we go.
Sharing.
Thank you.
Yeah, that looks good.
Okay.
Okay, so it begins with the table of contents, but we're going to scroll past that because we'll just update the table of contents when we get to a more final document. So the first set of changes is in Article 1 under section 1.030, intent and purpose. And so what we did was to add in there a section elaborating on what the town's intent is, just to put forward so that all parties understand kind of the goals that the town is trying to achieve. And so some of this language reflects language that's in a variety of other site plan review documents, from other places that we've looked at, as well as conversations in the town of Caroline. So any comments on that section about it is the town's intent to, and so on?
I had just, I think you should think about the order of the bullet points, that you may want to say which are the absolutely most important things you want to do, what's most important for the comprehensive plan. And, I thought attractive buildings and thoughtful design is very nice, but preserving and maintaining prime agricultural land seemed to be more important in some sort of global sense. I don't want to prescribe here, but I think it needs a little attention.
Sure, and we could certainly put those in a different order. Thank you. Tim, I'll let you call on people.
Yeah, Ellen, I don't see everybody on my screen, so I'll have to juggle back and forth. Actually, Yasmin, sorry, you're not all on the same screen, but I'm going back and forth.
Yasmin, go
Okay.
ahead.
Yeah, did I miss the word purpose? Because I don't see any in here. Or are we going to discuss intent first, then purpose later?
You mean that it just says intent here?
Yeah.
So we
So,
did on purpose, I suppose.
yeah,
Purpose
I
is-
mean,
Oh, I think the purpose is covered in detail in the paragraph above, but we can change that language.
yeah.
What-
If it's possible, I just suggest that the purpose is like as brief as concise as possible. So because we lost, I read the whole paragraph, but I don't see any purpose in there. But maybe I missed. I'm sorry.
Perhaps just flipping purpose and intent would solve the problem here. To say purpose and intent.
So
Yeah,
one of the
maybe.
things that got raised, I mean, that's a word thing. I think we can deal with that.
Yep.
It's not very content. We had here promote accessibility for all.
Yeah.
And I think it was somebody last time pointed out, we haven't really addressed that in this law, have we? I don't remember it.
I think there are items in the standards document. I can't say for sure that those were moved into the site plan review law document. We'll have to keep an eye out for that.
Yep, because that's the only reference, I just searched the word and that's the only time the word comes up. So let's, can somebody keep track of what else we want to be thinking about in the future, like checking on that?
Yeah, I'm keeping notes about all of this discussion.
Okay, thank you.
I think we also mentioned last time that this would be covered under ADA as well, in terms of a general backup force as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Sorry. Are we relating this document with the comprehensive plan or not? Or is it totally separate?
They're separate documents. So this will be a law that would be passed that does refer back to the comprehensive plan, but it's a separate law.
Yeah,
But
but do we need to mention the comprehensive plan?
In this paragraph, Yasmin,
Sorry?
it says here in this paragraph,
Oh, okay.
ensure
So
the
I missed
development
it.
of greatest extent.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, got it.
Good.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So we'll scroll down then to section.
Can I ask a couple of questions? I don't know how I get in this parade here. I've been waving my hand. What do you want me to do to get in?
Ken, I've been looking and I did not see you wave your hand, so please speak. And if you're not recognized, do
That's what I'm doing there.
speak.
Okay, all right. I have just a few questions on this intent, okay? Can we go back or not?
Sure.
Here we are.
This, one of them is in the second bullet, the traditions of upstate New York. This is there are a lot of different traditions in upstate, and I like to see it just say the traditions of the town of Caroline. Taking out the upstate New York.
Okay. Any concerns? Any objections about that? I'm seeing some thumbs up.
Michelle? Oh, that's a thumbs up.
I think it's fine to, I don't see any objection to keeping the traditions of upstate New York. I don't see why we have to, what's your objection, I guess,
Does
to
it add anything, Michelle?
upstate New York? I guess it seems like the town of Caroline's kind of small and it just broadens it a little bit.
This is Caroline's law.
And I have to say, as somebody on the review board, I guess I don't really know what the design traditions of upstate New York means. I kind of agree with Ken.
Okay, I guess I'm not sure what the design traditions of Caroline are either, but it's not worth arguing about, I guess, but I don't object to it, but if people want to restrict it to Caroline, that seems fine.
Yeah, just to comment on that, I think that the idea here, and again, many, not laws, but many design standards documents do include photos, And, you know, if you remember some of the photos that Tim took, you know, of the current commercial places around the town of Caroline, you know, there are things like slanted roofs and, you know, certain pitch roof, you know, the kind of siding that's used, the kind of entryways, you know, not big rectangular flat roofed box buildings, that kind of stuff. So, you know, arguably that's, you know, traditions of the town of Caroline. Okay. Ken, was there anything else or was that
And
the one
bullet,
item?
yes, yes, please. Yes, please, no.
Go ahead.
In bullet number 5,
Pedestrian access.
promote and enhance pedestrian access throughout the town. Does throughout the town, is that in some way saying we're gonna widen shoulders all over the town, or we're gonna pass through pastures in the town, or just, I like to know what throughout the town is actually saying.
Does somebody who would be interpreting this, anybody speak from experience with the review board, perhaps, how this would be interpreted?
Don't have enough experience with it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't read this. I mean, personally, I don't read this as throughout the town, meaning putting pathways through pastures, you know, that aren't part of the development site. You know, I think the idea that, you know, again, that this is focused on development sites, and so the idea is to make sure that those development sites each are safe and welcoming to pedestrians to the extent possible within the adjacencies. And you know, where it's possible to connect to you know, existing pedestrian walkways to do that on a site that's being developed.
That's how I understood it when I read it, Barb.
And then the next one, promote accessibility for all. You're just talking about, I take it from what you just said, just in the development site. In other words, make it wheelchair accessible in the development site, not all over town for, I mean, someone rolling up the shoulders of 79 in a wheelchair.
No, Ken. You
It's
know,
just within the site.
remember that this pertains to development sites. So in aggregate, yes, the goal would be that all developed sites are accessible to people in wheelchairs, but that doesn't mean that one can travel from each development site to another development site a mile down the road in a wheelchair safely.
Right. Well, I'm not used to this kind of thing here, and I just want to be able to know those things. And then I guess I had questions about 7 and 8, and I got to count them.
Yeah, it'd be good if they were numbered, wouldn't it?
Yes, please. But seek visual and design coordination on contiguous parcels. Now, I guess the question I had, I don't know what contiguous means. Does that mean the parcel next to the development
Yes.
that somebody else owns? I don't know what contiguous means. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so that means that you know, adjacent parcels that are next to one another. So, you know, like if you had, if say in a hamlet you had a line of buildings that were slanted roof, white picket fences, you know, commercial buildings, development sites, you wouldn't want a steel structure then being plopped in the middle of it. You would want something with the pitched roof and white picket fence or some color, you know, some picket fence, you know, just, you know, again, I'm talking in general terms here, but that's the kind of thing that it means. Ellen?
I think again, Ken, the concept is when a proposed development, it comes under site plan review, that these are the things that should be taken into account as you consider what that development will look like. It's not that you're going to go to the contiguous parcel and say, you got to change the way you look. It's that the development is supposed to look at what's next door and try to be compatible. Does that make sense? I think part of your confusion in all this is that you're thinking this is a town-wide, we're going to go there and make everybody do these things. This is all relative to a proposed development that comes under the site plan review, okay?
Yeah, I understand better now. And the next one down, just let me read it again, so, because I had a question about. Okay, I'm good on that section now. I don't have anything more.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So now if we go down to section 2.010, basically we've been talking about these in our task force. You may recall the language of triggers. So what this is saying is that all of the items that are listed in this section of the law are if a proposed development meets one or more of these criteria, then it's required to be subject to the site plan review law. So that's the trigger where the law comes into effect pertaining to that particular proposed development. So what we're proposing here is to, on A, for commercial uses, currently the law reads that the law pertains to commercial uses with gross floor area of 10,000 square feet or more. And we're proposing that that be reduced to 3,000 square feet or more. We're proposing in C that formula businesses of any size would be subject to this review requirement. We're removing certain examples of institutional uses because they appear later on in the definition section. So we'll get to that in detail. But again, with institutional uses, we're suggesting reducing the size where that would trigger the review from 10,000 square feet or more to 3,000 square feet or more. And then on F, again, changing the size for light industrial uses, currently having a floor area of 25,000, changing that language to 3,000 square foot or more. And so let me stop with those because those are kind of a set, and then we can go down to the other ones later in this section. So comments about A, C, D, and F.
Ken,
You're muted. Unmute. Can't hear you.
there we go.
Am I on there now?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. I don't see any problem with all the red. I'd just like to ask a question about B, and what is it? Commercial use of any size having a drive-through. Okay, that now a drive-through to me is like a bank or a drugstore. But then it says accepting home occupations. I know that's a silly question, but what's a drive-through in a home occupation?
That's existing law. That's existing law. So can I ask one of our board members, our review board member, to explain that one?
I have no idea. I would have to ask Mark, who was perhaps there when the law was passed.
Yeah, that was, that was in the previous law, and I don't know exactly what those commercial uses would be.
So let's take it out.
Well,
Well, I think we should find out.
No,
Yeah.
Well,
just
You go
the
back.
accepting
If
home
I were to guess,
occupations.
right. If I were to guess, I mean, home occupation might mean like home business, and like a few doors down from me, the people make cherry pit pillows, and I suppose if they put a window out and let you drive up to the window and grab your cherry pit pillow, that's a drive-through facility and a home occupation. I don't really know. I think this was the overall intent of these laws has always been to not impact sort of like single residential areas, small home businesses. And my guess is that exemption was to make sure that they didn't inadvertently, you know, ding someone who was just doing a little something out of the back of their house. But I don't know. And I think we should probably find out what was really, again, this is like several generations ago when that was inserted in the law, 2006 or so, 2007.
Yeah.
Michelle, did you have an idea?
Yeah, I've actually driving around. I've seen a lot of houses that sell ice cream, and they have a little window, you know, out back, and they might sell ice cream. Or you go through upstate New York to on the way to Vermont. There's like a place that sells coffee, and it's just, I think it's probably exempting, as Bill said. I think it's really making an attempt to not impact home occupations, you know. But those kinds of things aren't unheard of. I've seen several examples of something being sold out of somebody's house that you would drive up to.
yeah, and I'll just say that I think with any of the existing law, anything that refers to homes or residential uses, you know, like single family residential uses kind of thing being exempted, I think we want to be really, really careful about changing that language because it is there for a purpose to, you know, to preserve what people can do in their own homes and with their own homes.
Ken, do you see any reason why it's a problem other than being who can imagine what it is?
I just, well, you've explained it kind of. I mean, yeah, you might be selling drugs there out of your home too, and they just drive through.
Well,
I don't have a problem with it.
There are state and federal laws that would prevent that particular use, so we don't need to put those in the site of.
I was joking with that one, but I just didn't understand how many homes. I mean, you know, I thought of a garage. Well, okay, a drive-through garage. Then that's okay. You got to explain to me.
Yeah.
Can we look at M? The CAFOs. That's
Sure.
kind of.
Maybe decide on A through H first and then move down. Would that be a good idea?
Yeah, why don't we do that?
So just a quick, you know, we've been talking about 3,000 square feet for a long time, which is, you know, I have no particular problem with it. I do wonder, you know, if someone asked, how'd you guys get that number? That'd be nice to sort of have some sense. In particular, the change of light industrial use down from 35 to 3. So, you know, why was the same 3,000 square foot deemed reasonable for light industrial use? I don't have a particular problem with it, but I just want to understand the thinking. Is just to have a light trigger to make sure we catch everything?
Yeah, I think that was it. That to have a trigger, you know, this doesn't prevent, it doesn't prohibit anything. It just allows the town to be more thoughtful about what is going to be in the town.
One of the things there, especially with the light industry could be a barn, a garage that does, I can't think of the word now, that figures. Machine shop. Might not be bigger than your garage, but you might want, of course, 3,000 square feet, but it brings it down to that. And that would be light industry, I would think. And that might want to be included. I think it's good.
Good. You know, I think we don't have a magic reason, just like there was no particular reason that 10,000 square feet was in the law originally. I don't think we have magic. I think we did talk about how many square feet different things in town were, and that led us to think 3,000 was a reasonable number.
I thought 3,000 was like the size of a Starbucks or something, and that seemed to be, so you can imagine that size, and it didn't seem like a terribly big size, but bigger than a house or some houses. So we thought about it, but I guess it's not in a really scientific way.
Okay.
Looks good from my side. I don't see anyone else raising a hand to the best of my ability because I only see half of you at one time.
Okay. Ken, you wanted to ask something about M, and to be honest, we did not consider any changes to that. That's, the standing part of the law.
Well, ag and markets has real control over that. I don't know why. And that's agricultural. Why it would be in the site plan review. Agriculture is, I can't say by law is exempt, and so the rules, but the rules for CAFO is state and federal. So and it is in there. That would prompt me to say this site plan review. It does talk about agriculture, prime land, and whatnot. Once it's basically finished, ready to present to the board or the planning board or wherever it's going to go, also needs to be sent to Ag and Market so that they can review it. And this part, it may have been a long time ago. But Ag and Markets wants, I would think.
Yeah, Ken,
Yes.
Ken, I think that stuff is all accounted for in there. It talks about, basically what this is saying is simply that the developer needs to submit copies that they're filing with the state. They need to submit those documentation to the town of Caroline so that the town of Caroline has some documentation and assurance that the developer is paying attention to both the environmental conservation law and the requirements of ag and markets law.
I gotta say, I think it is confusing because what this says is that CAFOs must undergo site plan review law, must undergo the site plan review. But as Ken said, they're essentially regulated by ag and markets. So I'm not sure what kind of controls the town could put on it. But as Barb said, it's basically keeping the town informed about CAFOs. So they would have to come to the town. But I think it's an interesting question about what kind of review the town really could do. So I would say it's a very good suggestion that we bring that to the attention of ag and markets so they can weigh in.
Yeah.
As Ken said, Ag and Markets has seen that because, again, this is exactly the same language as was passed in 2018 and exactly the same language I suspect it was there in 2007. I find it a little odd that in this thresholding thing, we start suddenly talking about permits and stuff. But that's the way it's been. But, if I were writing this, CAFOs would be a trigger, and the town maybe has very little they could say. And then somewhere else in the law, it would say, and a CAFO has to submit their permits. It just seems like an out of place there. That's, if I were to make that to be my recommendation, just move that requirement to some other place where the requirement's in the law, and understand that there's very little the town can actually do, but the CAFO does have to go before site plan review, so the review board gets to talk to them.
Yeah, I'll check if I could chime in here. Oh, actually, Barb, I see your hand up, Barbara Lynch.
Yeah, I just think this raises a broader question of what sorts of agricultural activities in general would fall within the purview of the law and which would not, because agriculture is agriculture. And, clearly CAFOs, yes, does say making anhydrous ammonia fertilizer on site, as we see in the Midwest a lot, is that something that the site plan review law should address? But I think more thought needs to go into those ag uses. Is Central Tractor, for example, a commercial establishment, or is it an agricultural service?
Well, agricultural service would not be exempted.
Yeah.
An agricultural service would be reviewed. I would think a tractor, general tractor would be reviewed. And I think the production of anhydrous ammonia would be an industrial use.
Okay.
So I think it's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll weigh in a little bit here. So I think it is often that something about agricultural, even though as protected as they are under New York State, they will be in either a site plan law, or they might be what's considered a special use in a town. Certain types of things that are protected under the Ag and Markets Law can still get reviewed by towns, just to take a little look at it and just to allow public input on it. And so, Barbara, I think you bring up a good point about some things might be protected under ag law, but they might start to look like an industry. And I see this a lot up in Cayuga County. There are a lot of what's called biogas converters. So essentially manure from large CAFOs will be converted into natural gas and trucked out and piped elsewhere. And they have nothing to do with the farm whatsoever. They are actually just buying, essentially it's a solar facility. But they're buying the gas produced from the manure and trucking it elsewhere. And so those are often put under what's in a zoning ordinance as a special use by a town, so that the town can just take a look at it. There can be public hearings on it. There can be more information provided to the town. And so I think I'm wondering, I'm guessing this is in here so that Caroline has an opportunity just to look at CAFO expansions and, submit copies of their permit application, just to take a look at what's being proposed, because CAFOs can be very large.
And Barbara, on your question about anhydrous ammonia, that would probably be covered also under L,
Yes.
which is any development activity referring to hazardous substance or hazardous materials, right?
But it would not be exempt from that because it's essential to.
No. It would not be exempt.
Agricultural resource.
It would not be exempt.
And I can just say, if the task force were to propose this revised law to the board would still have our attorney review it in any case.
Mm-hmm.
So if this was not proper in the wrong place, I'm sure he would flag that, but we could also ask him about it. Ready to go down to Q?
Just there's a minor change on N.
That change there, do you need may? I mean, anyone that negatively affects important agricultural resources, I don't think you need may there.
Well, I think the problem is that you don't know that it will negatively affect important agricultural resources until you take a look at it. So rather than letting the developer conclude whether or not they are going to negatively affect or not, and say, no, we're not going to negatively affect, so we don't need to do this, the town can say, well, you may negatively affect, so we want to see it. So that's why we're suggesting
Reasonable.
to add may.
Reasonable?
Yep.
Fine.
That's reasonable, thanks.
Okay. And then with Q, Q is a new one talking about solar voltaics, other than those serving the property being developed. And so this just relates really to the, kind of major solar facilities that we're seeing going in. And so we would want the site plan review to cover those.
I do have one question there.
Yep.
So, and I'm happy that's there. What I'm a little unclear on, because I know that the planning board is about to take up consideration of a siting law for solar voltaic facilities. And I'm a little unclear on the interaction of that law with site plan review. And maybe that doesn't have to be dealt with right now, but that law has its own sort of set of thresholds and triggers and different reviews and whatever. And I don't know if we have to make sure that the two are compatible, or if we pass a law that somehow supersedes site plan review, or site plan review will happen anyway. I just have no idea how they interact. And since I'm about to start talking about it next week, I was curious. Greg, any thoughts?
Yeah, great question, and it's on my mind too, but I was assuming that our town board members would chime in and inform us about what to do on this one.
So,
Greg?
yeah, do you mind if I weigh in?
No.
I'm guessing, Bill, to your point is that, yeah, there definitely needs to be coordination between this site plan review law, if there's going to be another law regarding solar siting. The most ideal scenario, I think, if a town were to consider zoning, is that it gets housed right within its zoning ordinance. But absent zoning, then this law, the site plan review law, could likely reference that this other law, I think, that you're bringing up, that maybe there's a solar siting law. So it might be, it depends on the timing, I think, of this site plan review law and that solar and other energy, siting law that might be happening. So there's a little bit of a timing question about how the law is worded. But ideally, and I think that the state would agree, and maybe the town attorney, is that the solar and wind energy are all just housed right within a zoning ordinance if the town chooses to proceed with a zoning ordinance. Just makes it a little bit cleaner.
Mark?
And just to follow up on that, I would defer to Greg on this, but it seems to me that, I think we should be planning for the ideal or the long term, and it seems to me there shouldn't be two different laws that put it under review. So I would think, since we are pretty committed to, as Bill said, working on a solar and wind siting law, that it would be properly housed there, whether it was a standalone law or, as Greg said, housed within a zoning law. Does that sound right, Greg?
So you're all suggesting to remove it from here then? Is that right?
I guess what I'll suggest is, when I see the law being addressed by the town board, then you can remove it from there.
Okay,
I really
so
want something to be there soon, and I don't know how. It depends how fast the law gets done. That's my suggestion, but
Mark or Tim, do you want us to leave it in, or do you want us to take it out?
I don't see any problem.
Well, I think you can leave it in for now. It doesn't really matter, right? And then the board will know by the time. First we're going to do comprehensive plan first, and then in a week or a session or so later, we'll come to this. By that time, probably planning will have met at least to discuss a game plan about this. We'll have more clarification when you say, Mark, and we can just strike it then if it's redundant.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
Great.
I think what we will see is a fairly that relatively soon we will be moving ahead with a solar wind siting law. But yeah, that seems reasonable.
And if we're still able to present the board with the color coded changes, it'll just stick out. It'll be obvious.
Okay, great. Okay, then moving.
So,
Oh.
can I get in here 1 second here? So farther up in that, until I can see it, I can't tell you which one it is. If you do this solar thing, it's farther up yet. J, you have wind energy in there greater than 80 feet. And I didn't see cell towers in here. Are all those got separate laws?
Well, this is
Do you have a separate?
Yes, there is a separate cell tower law.
right. Thanks, Ellen. And yeah, and
but not a wind.
there's not a separate, as of now, there's not a separate wind law. So I think what we just discussed about the solar siting law would apply equally to the wind siting law.
Okay, just a question. Thanks.
Good.
Very helpful.
Okay, moving on to definitions. The first change is definition B, agricultural district. That's simply to correct a typo. Currently it reads agricultural and markets law, and the right name is agriculture and markets law.
Good catch.
Yeah, good.
D then goes into adding a little bit more definition about what agricultural resources are, to say that they have the potential for agricultural production and include farmland of statewide importance, prime agricultural soils, and prime agricultural soils if drained. Yeah, so it just kind of clarifies what's included as agricultural resources.
Well, and to be fair, it also, the previous definition in the existing law restricts agricultural resources only to lands that are within agricultural districts. It's very narrow. And we're proposing to take out that restriction. So it's really based on soil potential in our town.
Ken, I saw you waving your hand.
Yes, I question the prime agricultural soils if drained. And I don't have an answer, but draining some places is very USDA, I'm not sure who else.
DEC.
And so, yes, I've got a swampy area. In the fall, I can bush hog it down, but I don't dare try and drain it to make it, it'd make great alfalfa. It's broom grass and reed canary grass that has grown and died, grown and died, grown and died. It's humus like anything, but it's not a thing I would try to drain because of the laws. And I wonder if that needs to be in there. It doesn't bother me that it is in there, but there's a question that might be asked to ag and markets then.
So Ellen, this
that
was
be in there too.
Ellen, this was from the language of the planner that you were working with, I think, who prepared the agricultural soils map.
And I believe it's the map, Bill can correct me, in the comprehensive plan. Does that not also include the prime farmland that if it was drained? But I think you're raising a good point, Ken, and I think it's an important one, and I think we need to follow up on that and understand a little better. Are you not permitted to do tile drainage these days?
You might get away with a little bit of it, but if you're in ag districts and you're the programs of USDA, they tell you if you have a certain slope land, they tell you that is highly erodible land or the soil type is that way.
Sure.
You can only plow it 2 out of 5 years or 3 out of 5 years. The same thing with an area. No, you'd get NRCS out and you'd talk it all over and they would tell you, okay, you're just trying to improve this ditch. That's all you're doing so that the water doesn't flow. We did that on my place. The trees had grown a hedgerow. It grew up, and pretty soon the ditch, instead of being a ditch, is 5 feet above the rest of the ground. Spraying on either side, water would spread out because of that hill, go through the field, and then back down into the creek that feeds 6 Mile Creek. And so we were able to then get help to remove all that stuff so that then we had a ditch and it didn't flow through fertilizer and sprays down into the river. So it is possible to do things like that, but not, I don't believe to make prime agricultural land by draining it.
Okay.
The
Barbara?
rules have changed a
Timing
little
of
bit
it.
and I'm not up
Yeah.
to date.
I would say
I would
let's
get in
leave
with
it
ag
in.
and markets.
Let's leave it in for now.
Right.
Yeah, but,
And
but,
So-
Barbara Lynch has her hand up.
find out whether
Yeah.
that's realistic.
Barbara?
yeah, these rules are very much in flux right now. You know, the EPA, particularly the EPA rules. And I'm hoping that in a few days, they may fluctuate the other way. But I'm wondering how you construct a law that doesn't sort of run afoul of these changing EPA regulations on wetlands.
Bill, did you have a response to that?
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of all part and parcel of the same thing. So, I mean, I don't really know, okay, this is based on what I've learned through the comp plan and talking to various folks. I mean, if you look at the stuff in that definition, those are capitalized words, prime agricultural soils if drained, capital letters there, because it's defined in the law. We haven't gotten to the definition section yet. So it doesn't just mean some wet ground that maybe you want to drain. That is a category that's been given by NRCS to an area that has potential to be good ag soil if it's drained. Not just any wet area, but NRCS has already decided this is good soil if someone drained it. And so I'm assuming that they in their heads have some idea that, well, maybe someday we would allow that. Okay, but I think that the not draining is, you know, these are determined by New York State for the statewide importance and by NRCS for prime ag soils and prime ag soils if drained. So Barbara, to your question, if the law sort of appeals to these things as defined by these other entities, and we trust those entities to make those definitions properly, that's how you handle those changes. That is that, you know, they've gone through and made a determination of what's prime and what's not prime. So I would tend to leave it in because it's not like just any old prime, you know, any old soil. It is definitely considered that one could drain it and it would be good soil if one did. I don't care if we actually ever do drain it, but I think that's why I would keep it in.
Yeah, so according to the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service Field Office Technical Guide, Section 2, Natural Resources Soils, defining prime and important farmlands in New York, quote, soils that are designated as prime farmland if drained meet all the prime farmland criteria except for depth to seasonal high water table and are suitable for drainage. In New York, somewhat poorly drained soils are designated as prime farmland if drained if they meet all criteria for prime farmland other than depth to water table. And then it goes on to give information about the National Soil Survey Handbook. And, you know, basically this is a legal thing to do. And it's specified by the Natural Resources Conservation Service.
Great.
You beat me to that definition, Barbara. I was just reading that.
Okay.
Okay, great. That's helpful.
Yes.
Okay, so moving on to the next proposed change is G, adding in a definition for a building energy model, because that's referred to later on in the language when we get to it. And basically the later language says that the review board may require a building energy model if it wants to under certain conditions. There's better language, of course, but this is just a definition of it here.
I don't see any waving excitement about this.
Okay. Again, our item J is, again, just a reminder that this is in the definition section. So, so these are just definitions, and if we decide later on that we don't like the legal language that is the requirement about these things, then we'll go back to the definitions and take it out if we take the language out later in the law. So J is simply a definition of common birds in steep decline. L is changing the word guidelines to standards, because that's kind of the framework that we're using right now, is that separate document, which used to be called guidelines, we're suggesting would be called standards. I'm just going to go through these unless Tim calls me off because he sees waving hands. So R, farmlands of statewide
Mark, you
importance.
have your hand up.
Oh.
Yeah, I just want, Barb, moving back to that last wording change you made.
The standards, L?
Yeah. So this is something I've been grappling. So in the current law, there are things called, general and specific standards. And then the thing we have appended is currently called design guidelines. So this is to define those things we currently have appended as design standards.
As design standards, yes.
And so there would be specific standards and then design standards as two separate things, or are we just making one group of things called, standards, design standards?
Well, the later in this law, under Article 3, how they're labeled are 3.020 specific standards and considerations. They're not called design standards. They're called specific standards and considerations. So yes, right now, those would be two different things. Unless at some later point in this process that we're undergoing, the lawyer or the board or the task force determines that there should only be one document, meaning the site plan review law, and we don't have need for a separate document, whether it's called guidelines or standards, so, a separate design document. But I think discussion about that latter point is still an open matter. And there was some discussion even at the beginning of this meeting that having a separate design standards document allows more ephemeral things to be included in that document. But to Tim's point, ephemeral or not, the town would still probably do a hearing, public hearing anyway. So,
Right.
I think that's a philosophical question that's still open for discussion.
Good. Okay. Thanks.
Okay. So I think we're down to R, farmlands of statewide importance. So this is a new definition that we're inserting that kind of builds on that definition of agricultural resource we just talked about. And, essentially this is just a long list of soil types that the state classifies as farmlands of statewide importance. Any questions?
And they're important because they're so good.
Yes.
Yes.
And Ellen already knows this. I think looking at the definition, one way that you could cast it is simply say, farmlands of statewide importance are lands that have been so designated by the state of New York, and end the definition there. Or it can go into different soil types. But what if New York, 3 years from now decides to change what are the farmlands of statewide significance, does that cause a problem for, I don't know, it's not a problem, but I wonder about limiting it to just these soil types as opposed to the more general appealing to the state definition or the state, wherever the state definition might be at some future date. I don't have a major problem with it, but I just raised that question with Ellen earlier and tossed out there for people to think about.
Ellen, do you want to?
That seems to me to be a reasonable.
I would agree with Bill.
Yep.
I would be inclined to agree with Bill as well, to just simplify things.
Okay. We'll make that change. Okay, then going down to you, this is adding a new definition of formula business. And I believe this came from the subcommittee of the task force that was dealing with formula business.
Right.
Okay, hearing nothing more on that.
Let me look one up, go up and down the line here, Barb, because I don't see everybody at the same time. No, I don't see anything, and that is a pretty standardized definition.
Okay, going into V, just clarifying the definition so that what's crossed out is the current definition and the new definition would be in red, and this is the updated definition in the International Dark Sky Association.
Okay, anyone? I see no one.
Does that have any reference there to, I know they put up new road signs and some of them, I know I got off the subject now, but some of them bounce back at you and you have trouble seeing down the road there. So does that mean some of these, a sign in the development that pointed, I don't know, cars this way, trucks that way or something?
Well,
glare at you, or
it does talk about
just off the windows.
It does talk about reflective surfaces. So if this was a sign that a new development was going to place that had a reflective surface that would reflect light back at you, that would cause reduced visibility, then I believe that would be defined as glare.
Or possibly off the windows too.
Yeah, reflective surface, sure, yeah. Okay.
On W, can you give me some examples? It says see examples.
I can't address that. That's in the existing law.
Do they have them someplace?
We'll have to check.
Yeah, I would have to look.
Good point.
Yeah, often, that's a good point that it says see examples, but often these definitions can just decide for themselves what is included in the gross floor area or not. So it's pretty common. I worked for a municipality that exempted porches, for instance, from the gross floor area. But the porch, if it was enclosed on 3 or more sides, then it was included. I mean, you can sort of get very detailed with how you define gross floor area. If it's with a foundation and conditioned, meaning it could be, have heating, then it would be gross floor area. If it had a foundation but not conditioned, it didn't include count. So you can get very detailed with this definition.
Greg, are you suggesting that this definition is not specific enough and that it be revisited while we're doing this law?
I hadn't thought about that. It seems that it hasn't been an issue yet before for Caroline. It was an issue when I was working for a large municipality. But Since it might be, that's a good question, Ellen, because you are proposing to reduce the threshold for some developments. Maybe it's worth looking at, like for example, I'm thinking about a commercial development. Would the gross floor area include like a walk-in cooler? Would it include, it often doesn't. It doesn't include something like a gas canopy because it's not an enclosed area. You might want to flag it just to look at. I mean, for right now, I don't have any kind of thoughts that I can provide about. Oh, I think town should consider this type of thing or the other. But might just be sort of noticed, and maybe something people could think about that, and I could certainly think about that too.
Sure, we'll flag that.
Yeah.
Okay, moving down to CC under institutional uses. That's just to take the ones that we removed from up above, and the current language refers to religious public use such as a church, and so we thought it shouldn't have just church, but should say a church, mosque, synagogue, or other religious facility.
Fine.
Okay, and then EE is inserting a definition of location efficiency, because location efficiency is a term that is referred to later on in the law and or the standards document.
Can I ask something there? I think it is. One, you've got to re-letter some of those things, but
Yep, the whole thing, all the bullets need to be checked, but I wasn't going to go ahead and re-letter everything because we might make deletions that would change, and so that is something with the table of contents that needs to be done throughout. Yes.
one thing that most people are all familiar with, GHG, gas house emissions.
Greenhouse gas
greenhouse
emissions.
Is that right?
Greenhouse gas emissions.
Can greenhouse GHG be put in the definitions back up someplace?
It was defined
I
somewhere.
read that a couple of times, and what the heck is?
Yeah.
If it is defined someplace, that's fine. I didn't remember it being defined.
Yeah, you're right. It's not under this list of
You
definitions specifically, but it is defined somewhere in here. So yeah, we'll add that in. Make sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
And then DD luminaire, unless you want to find that other. DD, I'm not sure what a LCD is, but should LEDs be included in there? In the lower DD
Under luminaire. Again, to those two, is that a typo in the current law?
I don't know. I mean, strictly diodes. I mean, LED stands for light emitting diode. So my guess is that diodes, that catches what we all call LEDs. I don't know about LCDs. They could be something different, and a quick web search would pull that up.
Yeah, LCDs.
Because it wouldn't be sensible to say diodes and LEDs because they're both the same thing. But go on.
Liquid crystal display.
Okay. Yeah.
So they're often on. I mean, you see them a lot with signs. I can't think of any around town, but a lot of TVs these days are just LCD screens. Yep. They're just very high definition screens, and so often the word LCD is used to restrict set types of technology for outdoor signs. And you can get very specific with that type of technology. It's a whole industry in and of itself, but I think that's fine for right there.
Okay. Going down to page 13, JJ, the photometric plan is again inserted because elsewhere the term is used. KK prime farmlands, I'll make a note to do the same that we do to the one above, which is to just refer to as defined by New York State. And same thing with prime lands if drained, which is below that, LL.
Good by me.
Okay. Then we're on to OO, scenic resources. This is a, let's see, I think this is a new definition in here because the term scenic resources is used here and in the separate, in this document in the law and in the separate standards document.
The town has, the map in the comprehensive plan include scenic resources as defined by the town, but not by the county?
No,
So
it
that-
only has the county, the map and the plan only has the distinctive views and the noteworthy views. It doesn't even show the characteristic views because there's quite a few of those. But those are all available on the Tompkins County Planning Board webpage. But the town, additional views in the town that maybe not be categorized are really not anywhere. I think that's kind of a liberal catch-all here. There is no regulatory process that determines those.
Is that okay?
I'm sorry?
Is that gonna work?
So one of the things when I looked into the scenic views as defined and as mapped in the comp plan and by the county, there was a process that took place in 2008. And when I looked at what happened, it was fairly clear to me that views were nominated by a consultant and who drove around, and then by residents and in the county. And not surprisingly, most of the views that are recognized, or a great number of them, are in the city and in the town of Ithaca, where there were a lot of people who probably suggested them. Caroline doesn't have very many, and it doesn't include a lot of the views we all treasure. And I think it's that, frankly, Caroline residents just weren't terribly engaged in that process. And so they didn't nominate many views. I think at this point, we don't have a good map of what are the scenic views in Caroline. And I'm thinking that a follow-up to our work here would be some kind of a process to try to do a better identification of important views.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think leaving this in here means that if and when a study is done and we identify other views in Caroline, they're covered in here. We don't have to change this law.
Mark?
I tend to go with Alan. I think that there's probably no great harm in keeping the language in. I mean, the harm might be late down the road if the review board told somebody you can't do X because we consider those good views for Caroline, and they say that's not written down anywhere, and then you go to court, and then the town might lose. But you can decide to fight that fight. I think leaving the language in so that if we do find them later, it's already in the law. That's probably good.
Mark?
I guess, I mean, that's exactly my point, but I come to the opposite conclusion that I think it's, I mean, given what you said originally, Bill, it was just intended as a general catch-all for views that you know, that are characteristic of the views that the comprehensive plan endorses. This clause, to me, especially with the capitalized town, implies that there's an official register of views, and I'm not of scenic views. So I'm finding that perplexing or possibly troubling in that regard. So, because I mean, unless we want to restrict it that way, but that would not be my desire.
So what would you be suggesting, Mark?
Well, at a minimum, I would not capitalize town. I guess, I mean, if my understanding of the intent is correct, then I would reword it something to the effect of views, you know, that describe what the views are without specifying that we have, or suggesting that we have a list of those scenic views.
Can I make a suggestion to say views in the town that contribute to the quality of life at town residents and attracting visitors to the area? Is that the intent that you were after?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, thanks.
That's great.
Okay, great. Okay. See, going down to why species of greatest conservation need and species of special concern are, again these are simply definitions at this point, as identified as and defined by New York State. And they refer to language later on in the law where these terms are referenced. And for now, they're in the definitions. But if we decide to take those pieces out of the law, then we would remove the definitions.
And a quick question, because I'm ignorant. Do you guys know if species is both animal and plant species, or if those are animal specific lists?
No, they're both animal and plant.
Great, thank you.
And yeah, okay. All right, let's see. What else is new here? Traffic impact analysis, which is labeled FFF for the time being, which is again just a definition of what traffic impact analysis is. The following one, transportation plan, is a new definition of a transportation plan. Next one, uplight, is a term that's used later on in the law. And so this definition comes from the International Dark Sky Association. Visual impact assessment, again, it's a definition that exists about a visual impact assessment because that's referred to later.
Ken?
Yeah, let's see, on uplight for an exterior aluminum flux radiated in the, so it's like light.
So if you think of
the horizontal plane is
It's the opposite.
Is the
of a
horizontal
downlight.
plane where the light? I'm glad I didn't hear most of that. Well, I didn't hear what you said, so.
It's complimentary.
Yeah, I said it was the opposite of a downlight. But.
Oh, okay.
Now I got Ken, you've got it. I mean, where the height of the light defines a certain level, above the ground, and horizontal is at the level of that light, and uplight is anything that goes above horizontal. Is that?
Okay, so just a question about a place in the town that I see a lot is a billboard on Route 79 out past Carson's out there. And I think the lights are at the bottom pointing up at it. It's always made me wonder why aren't they pointing down on, and I think at one time they did. I don't know if we have control over that or not. That's, and it certainly isn't in here because that's not 3,000 square feet. I just, that billboard has always kind of bothered me, but I think they also do turn it off at a certain time. I don't know if it's something somebody could look into. That's all.
Town board. Okay.
I mean, good point, Ken. The problem, the town does not have a sign law. Never has, doesn't. This site plan review will catch certain businesses if they want to put signs up, but you make a great point. Certain things have happened in this town that have been detrimental to the town. So yeah, it's sort of time to get after, but we can't retroactively go back and fix some of those things, right? They tend to get grandfathered in.
Thanks, Bill.
Understood.
Under zoning, if we pass a zoning law, could zoning address it? Things will be grandfathered, I understand.
Yep.
But would it be possible to address new signs that would do that and
Sure.
restrict them under a zoning ordinance?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the appropriate place for them.
Okay. Moving on then to, let's see, I think a new section, 3.010 site plan considerations. So here what we've tried to do in items 1 through 19 is to add in some things that clarify. So just the last sentence in that paragraph under 3.010, the review board's review of the site plan shall include as appropriate, but is not limited to, the following general considerations. So this list of 1 through 19 says what the review board will be looking at. It doesn't limit the review board only to this, but it includes those things that the review board will be looking at. And so what we've tried to do with this list is to add in areas that are either clarified or added to the separate standards/guidelines document, or are clarifications or additions in the law, in the following language of the law. So any comments on any of these?
This is not one that you fixed, but 6 talks about adequacy of water supply and sewage and waste disposal facilities. And I think that it implies, waste that is in the water stream. You may want to add something about solid waste.
Okay, I'll make a note of that.
Are we on which one now again? 16?
That was 6.
Number 6.
6.
Oh, 6.
I don't know why waste is capitalized, but
I don't know why.
Because it's a definition. I'm trying to look it up right now.
Yeah, it's a definition. Unwanted material that requires disposal or such garbage, rubbish, and other materials regulated under the New York State building codes, including but not limited to the existing building code and the property maintenance code. So that sounds like that includes solid waste, Barbara.
Yeah.
mm-hmm. Great.
I had a comment. Number 12. So the definition of agricultural resources does include prime farmlands if drained, and farmlands of statewide importance. So it just may be redundant. You might just be able to say impacts on agricultural resources.
Yep. Yeah, we had talked about that in the subcommittee about whether that should just stay as impacts on agricultural resources. So we'll take that out. Yeah.
Barbara, how about the traffic disruption issue? it included here as a site plan consideration?
Let's see.
Transportation, traffic, or mobility disruption?
I think number 2, number 4.
Access, circulation, interaction, yeah, but yeah, say there's a, yeah, there is a, what is that, Whole Food, the future of Whole Food home, something like that, and then when they build, there will be like traffic disruption during the construction.
I mean, I think it is interesting that the site plan considerations don't mention pedestrian issues at all.
Well, it does. Number 4, overall
Sorry.
pedestrian safety and convenience.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Sorry, missed it.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you go number 7? And I don't understand saying including the maximum retention of existing vegetation.
I think that's talking about trying to maintain the landscaping, the vegetation on a plot of land that retains the existing vegetation. So not coming in, clear cutting everything off of a plot of land, building a house, and then putting up a couple small sapling trees. If there's like trees on the property, try not to cut them down. If there's existing shrubbery on the property that would serve as a buffer between a road and the building, try not to cut it down if you don't have to, that kind of thing. Maybe I'm not understanding your question.
Well, I guess that kind of explains it. It just said in construction, a lot of construction is outside of the building until you're done, and then some of that's put back together, I guess. But so if it was grass, you put grass back there. Is that kind of what that's saying then?
I mean, the way I take it, especially what Barbara said, that basically to the extent you can, don't bug what's there. Don't destroy what's there while you're building. You're going to have to destroy some of it because you have to have access for the vehicles around the building while they're building it. But don't cut things down just because it's a little more convenient. Try to work within what's there as much as you can. That's how I interpret that one.
Yep, me too.
Right. Number 9 on that page. What is the adequacy of an impact on structures?
So that's asking the town board to ask the question, are the structures, the roadways, and the landscaping adequate? And do they try to minimize negative impacts related to ponding, flooding, or erosion?
That's in the existing law and seems to be pretty standard practice. I think it would be something that even the code officer I would imagine, would generally be required to take into consideration as the town's flood oversight officer as well.
Stormwater officer. Yep.
Okay, anything else on 1 through 19? Okay, so now we'll get into the section which is the real meat of the law, which is 3.020 specific standards and considerations. And so just a note on the, so under water quality item 1, where you see the current language is shall, and we've crossed that out and put it in must. Just to comment throughout that since we did this, the town attorney advised that we stick with the shall language. So I think the subcommittee is recommending that we stick with the shall language. So just ignore all the shall crossouts and red musts. Okay. All right, so we're going to go down to item 3, where it says the development must protect all wetlands, floodplains, and steep slopes. This actually was, wetlands were mentioned later in the law. And so to put that kind of all in one section, we took that language out. We show that as a deletion later. And then we move that up here. And then we also clarify or add the language that a 50-foot buffer of vegetation should be maintained. So Ellen, is there anything else you want to say on this one? No? Okay.
Was there a different number at some point in time and you changed it to 50, or you just added that?
I don't think there was a number.
I
There
wonder
wasn't
if
a
that
number.
couldn't be smaller, 25 feet.
So I think
The reason,
go on.
well, just the reason that I kind of look to 25 is if we want to have a smaller footprint on the development, if they actually had that much room, they'd probably have that buffer there. But if we're trying to squeeze them in somehow, 25 feet is a fair amount of vegetation to maintain before a wet area.
Michelle's
Just
hand is up.
an opinion, that's all.
Michelle.
Michelle's hand is up.
Well, we did some research, and they said that 50 feet was recommended for a riparian buffer, and they have specific ways of measuring that. So 50 feet is the recommended amount.
Sounds reasonable.
Great. Yeah, that's good to know.
Yeah, I would
Thank
say on that, following up on that. Sorry, Ken, go on.
Did she say riparian buffer?
Yes.
Yes, I did.
And is that the,
That means vegetative.
okay, and is that the rocks that, oh, vegetative now,
Yeah.
okay. I thought you said riparian, and that to me is the rocks they put in a creek to
No,
try
that's
to keep it from
Ken,
overflowing.
that's riprap. Riparian means stream side.
Yes.
So it's the recommended
Okay.
buffer along a
Okay.
stream to protect the stream from the various problems that are caused when you mess with its stream sides. So
Anyway, it's not. It wasn't a random number. It's a number that is recommended. That size.
Okay. And then the items below in 4 kind of build on those themes above. And some of the language in 5 and 6 that's read there is language that used to be among the questions that were in the prior guidelines, the prior design guidelines. And so again, what we've done is to try to move some of that language into the law.
I've got a question that you crossed out where possible and feasible in number 5.
Mhm.
Why did you keep it in 1 and 2?
I'm a little lost. Where are we?
We're on 4 where it says the following construction methods are, yeah, there you go. Yep, in that
So
section.
it says avoid construction on hydric soils where possible and feasible, and then avoid impervious surfaces where possible and feasible. And I'm just wondering if it wouldn't be stronger if you just said avoid.
Here?
In the little I, about right there.
Yeah.
Yep, yep.
It would be consistent.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, just
Which one are we talking about again now?
Here.
Number 4,
I?
I and I.
well, I think the point is that in all of those items, little I through little vi, remove where possible and feasible,
Right.
to be consistent through all of them. And it does say, you know, the header item Roman numeral 4 IV, it does say the following construction methods are recommended to protect water quality. So these are not requirements. And so removing the where possible and feasible doesn't turn it into requirements. It is recommended.
Yeah.
So if the board is okay with that, we can go ahead and do that.
I think that's a good suggestion.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Anybody else? Everybody's good.
Okay, we're gonna skip the shall and musts. Okay, so yeah, Ellen, there you go in that one. Where, so on item 4 there at the top, it just changes subdivider to applicant just to be more clear. And this is where I was showing, yeah, right, oh, nope, go, yeah, right there, Ellen. Yeah, and then that piece of Roman numeral 5 with the wetlands, that's the piece that was struck out and moved above. So that's all that is. Okay, then the next substantive thing is, yeah, so under transportation, where Ellen is showing that transportation plan is capitalized because it's now in the set of definitions above, and or a traffic impact analysis was added because that was something that was being referred to in the separate guidelines slash standard document. And again, it just says that the review board may require these things. It doesn't require them of everybody. So any comments? Barbara has a comment, I see.
This is actually going back to C, where you said the proposed development must not result in unreasonable soil erosion. What is reasonable soil erosion?
Oh, you know, when you're constructing something, you know, you put up the bales of hay and you put up, you know, the little plastic fencing, but nonetheless, as you're digging a new driveway, or, you know, digging a foundation, there's going to be some erosion that's going to occur. And so that's reasonable. If you have, you know, wash out an entire road because of what you're doing, that's not reasonable.
So how about minimize soil erosion? Because, you know, what's reasonable and unreasonable is that's kind of definition is in the eye of the beholder.
Yeah.
So language about minimizing soil erosion. Okay.
I like that.
And can we go back to page 19 if you're finished with that one?
It's a very short page.
All right, we're in parentheses here. You have Great Mississippi River Board of State Public, and these were recommended standards for waterworks. And I don't know much about either one of them, but in our world, the farming world, the Chesapeake Bay area, I don't know if that's appropriate there, but we have a lot of standards put on us from Chesapeake Bay, and I don't know if it's appropriate to have the Chesapeake Bay, whatever authority that is, in that parentheses. I don't know.
I don't know. We'd have to look into that.
Yeah.
Anybody else know?
Yeah,
No.
that's in the existing law.
Waterworks.
It-
What are the waterworks? What are waterworks?
I think that refers to water supply.
Producing water?
It refers to water supply,
Yeah.
not to paddle wheels and whatever. So I don't believe that the Chesapeake Bay addresses water supply, but I don't know. We can look at that. I think we should move on. I think worth taking a look.
Yeah, I don't either. I don't either. It's just trying to keep the water clean. As farmers, what we do, and it's primarily to make the Chesapeake Bay better.
Yeah, Ken, I think this entire
So
section,
it's
entire section is talking
different.
about like groundwater and withdrawing water for drinking water and and other uses. So it's really, yeah, that water supply issue. It's not. This isn't the water quality section.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see, I think then we were down to, yes, that item, Ellen, where you are, the development must not result in permanently increased traffic on local roads.
I was trying to figure out how a development could not result in permanently increased traffic on local roads.
Exactly what I would say. We need a word like significant or something,
Okay.
but it can't be zero. A single house will add some traffic.
Right. Okay, we'll work on that. Okay.
I would
Scroll
think
down.
you take that right out. It's gonna. I already got it on Landon Road.
I know, Ken, it's been a lot more difficult for me to drive down Landon Road recently. It's gotten so busy.
It's, walkers
That was
are
a
on both
joke.
sides
That
of the
was a-
road, so they're distanced.
Right. That was a
Oh, is
joke.
that right? But
Sorry.
I know it is, but the thing about it is, there is increased traffic there,
Sure.
not only from new people on the road, but down into Brooktondale, and it's going too fast for agricultural equipment.
Yep.
I'm done.
So,
We recognize that.
so do people want to take that out, or as Bill suggested, just modify the language to refer to significant increases or something like that? Mark?
I guess, I mean, I think that's the question I was going to ask. So I mean, I think it's a good question. Right.
Remind me, does this section reference anything about the traffic impact analysis, the definition that is in there? May being required.
So yeah, up above, this is all under section E that says the review board may require the developer to prepare and implement a traffic impact analysis and a transportation plan.
Okay, that might be sufficient, because those impact analysis plans are kind of show what the peak level of traffic will be for that development, given times of day and days of the week.
So are people comfortable with deleting this item?
I would be. I think.
Yes.
Okay. Ellen, Michelle, I'm not seeing everybody. So
I guess as long as it's clear that the reviewer could use the results of the traffic impact analysis, and if it showed significant increase, use that as grounds for either mitigation measures or rejecting a project.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yep.
So something needs to stay in there
Right.
to put some teeth behind. So you do the analysis, and it has to be something that the review board should consider when they approve or deny or modify a proposal. So maybe I think as everyone has said, you're gonna have an impact on traffic if you're doing anything. So maybe we need to rethink how that would be worded.
Yeah, this
Okay.
is, yeah.
So it sounds like
And-
the suggestion is to revise the language, not delete it.
Yeah.
That'd be fine.
Okay. right.
I think
Well-
you need to do something with the truck part there. You're gonna have deliveries if it's a commercial or a light industrial or whatever.
Yeah, we'll work on revising that language. Okay. So at the top of the page, Ellen is on Roman numeral 6. The development is encouraged to provide, to the extent possible, support for transportation.
All right.
That's just to clarify what they're being asked to do. Then going down to the section on agriculture. So here we can do the same thing that we did above, which is to take out the specific mention of prime farmland if drained, farmland of statewide importance, and just refer to agricultural resources because they were defined above. So I'll make a note of that. And then capital Roman numeral 1 or I, that is new language about not precluding future agricultural use.
I'm assuming, it says obviously in the last half, to the extent possible, okay? Because again, you have to always allow a little bit of wiggle room. And I assume, see, because the first part says development must not preclude future agricultural use of lands. That phrase says you can't put a square foot of your building on top of prime ag soil. Whereas to the extent possible gives them the wiggle room to impinge on it somewhat, which I think is probably the right thing. But so I'm just I don't know. I don't want to get fussy in too many details at this late into things, but I think the sense is they shouldn't have a significant impact on prime agricultural soils. Am I right? Or do you really want it to have 0?
Right. So are you suggesting, Bill, that one of those clauses could be, like the first clause could be removed?
I guess is what I'm suggesting. And either if the intent is that we have 0 impact, which I think is frankly unreasonable and unattainable, then it should just say take it to the extent possible. But if we're going to allow a little bit, then we have to have something that it must not, again, significantly preclude, or I don't know. I don't know how to fix the language, but they need to be harmonized.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, perhaps it could say, because they are actually contradictory.
Right.
Right? The first one says you can't preclude future agricultural use of prime agricultural soils, and the other says avoid it.
Well, that's what but just to clarify, that's what the comma is for. So Bill was correct that it says 2 things, and they're 2 different things. One is there should be no development on prime agricultural soils, and to the extent possible, avoid prime soils and statewide importance farmlands.
Michelle,
That's where it seems contradictory to me,
Right.
that if you avoid to the extent possible, it's allowing some.
Right.
And
Right.
the first
Okay.
part of
Yep.
the sentence says precludes it. So perhaps we could condense it and say the development must preclude the
Oh,
future.
no, let me jump in and clarify. I see what's going on here, that the second prime agricultural soil should have read prime agricultural soils if drained. It was that other category that we had been talking about.
Michelle, you're trying to get in here?
Well, aren't we going to take out the must language anyway? So wouldn't it say the development should not preclude future?
It would say
should
shall not.
avoid?
It would
And
say
then,
shall not.
No, we're changing.
well, that would
Should
give you some wiggle room anyway.
not the same as shall. Shall is the same as must, according to our attorney.
Correct.
Yeah.
Should is we hope you don't. It's not as directive. So no, it wouldn't say should. We're saying must or
Okay, well, I was
shall.
just thinking that would be a way to give it some wiggle room, as Bill seemed to be suggesting. So,
Yeah. Let us work on language there, but I think perhaps it could say the development must not preclude future use of agricultural soils to the extent possible. And that gives some wiggle room, but basically it says our intent is that you're not going to preclude the future use of prime ag soils.
And as Barbara pointed out, the second prime ag soils is actually if drained, so that
Yeah.
would also help.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna have to sign off now, folks.
Yeah, I was just
So
gonna say that it's 9 o'clock. How much more time do you, we're almost there, right?
Are we?
Not, whew,
No, there's a
quite a
bit
bit
more.
left. Yeah, there's a bit more. It
I don't think we can do it tonight.
looks like we would need at least another half an hour. Is that
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So shall we suspend now and pick up where we left off next week?
Sure.
Is that good?
Yep.
I think this has been very helpful. Thank you, everybody.
Yes.
And so ideally, I think for the subcommittee, assuming we're going to be able to make some decent progress through this, then maybe we could just roll right into then considering design guidelines next week. Does that sound like a plan?
Yeah, I'm just hesitating just because they're depending on what is decided about the law content would influence what's in the standard / guidelines document. So some of that is going to be real repetitive with this, but I guess the subcommittee can work that out.
Or we can just note that as we go through it next week quite easily,
Yeah.
without having to worry too much about total finessing.
Yeah.
And that way we can try to really keep on track with this. It's been great.
Yep.
Would it be helpful if we mailed the subcommittee any, I read this like a thesis. I have little scribbles and margins. Would you like those? Would you like an email with some of that stuff in it? If it's helpful, I'll do it.
Is an editorial marginalia, Barbara?
Yeah.
I think that really depends on how much the town board really wants to get into editing the existing law versus focusing on substantive changes, because you're going to have to take this through a public hearing, and I don't know if you're going to want to explain all little editorial issues. It's kind of your call.
And I would think that if there are editorial issues that need changing, it would make sense to address them. I mean,
Okay.
It's something that the subcommittee could take a look at it and you might just be able to say, yes, no, yes, yes, no, 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 yes.
Sure.
Just based on kind of common sense, and
Sure.
because probably everybody is thinking in that regard. The problem is anytime you reread a document that's already there, you see lots of stuff that jumps out. And most of us had nothing to do with passing that law. Ellen, did you want
I
to?
was going to say, perhaps if it's editorial, Barb, you might do it in a different color. So that we don't wait.
Which Barb are you talking about?
I was talking about Barbara Knuth, who's going to be redoing. whatever.
Actually, we have to talk about that because Barbara Knuth has a busy schedule this week. So,
Well,
But whoever does that, perhaps we just do it in a different color so we don't waste time as a group reviewing small editorial things.
Greg, will you be able to help us this week? Just kind of regularize this document. Do you have a window to do that?
Possibly. This week is also fairly bit busy on my end too.
But we don't have to settle on all this stuff right away. So what I would recommend is that Barbara Lynch distribute her editorial suggestions so that we have them. And then at some point we can work on integrating them.
Sounds good.
Sound like a plan?
I mean, doesn't it make sense to wait until we're finished? I'm sure.
Yeah,
Barbara,
yeah.
won't you have more?
Indirectly what I was suggesting.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's wait till we finish because I'm sure there'll be more comments and then we can decide. I don't think any of us have the time to go through what we've already worked on and incorporate new editorial comments. I was just speaking for myself. I don't think I have that kind of time right now.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Michelle.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll work with this document that we're currently working on. We'll work on it as is and just pick up where we left off for next week.
Correct.
Great.
Great.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone. I wish you all the very best for the next 48 to 72 to 84 hours.
Or maybe 84 days, we don't know.
Thanks, everybody.
Days.
Yeah.
Thank
Thanks
you.
so much. This is
good
really
work,
fabulous work. Thank you. We're learning
Bye-bye.
a lot too.
Yeah, it's good.
Thanks.
All right, good night.
And thank you. You guys, you did a great job.
Yeah.
Well, your comments are very helpful. Thank you all. Okay, bye everybody.
Good night.
Thanks so much.
Have a good night.
Good
Good
night.
night. Good night, Greg. Hey, Tim.
I think we got through it.
Yeah.
We're still being recorded,
Wow.
of course.
What's that?
We're still being recorded.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
But Velvet can cut it out before she posts it. She cut out our conversation.
thank you, Velvet.
She's not here. She's coming back later.
Okay. Great. So do you you don't have control over the recording at all?
No, she doesn't.
Okay.
But it's fine.
Great.
We're in good shape, I think.
Yeah. What they've really done some hard work. Really,
Yeah.
really.
And they don't seem to be defensive about any of it at all. So
No.
and
They're really working.
Ken has redlined it like he's going through line by line.
Yeah. And a lot of things that are really great questions. And
Yeah, absolutely.
So.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go forget all about this for a while and shift gears.
Yeah.
You had an okay day? The rest of the day went okay?
Yeah. The day went fine. Nice day. Yeah. So
Good.
Jesse and Corey were in, and
Good.
I got some good stuff
Great.
done.
Oh, great. Okay.
Good. Thanks, Tim.
See you later.
Talk to
Bye.
you soon. Yeah. Bye-bye.
I think I have to stay on until Velvet comes.